Hello. We're back at it again with some more The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Last time, we finished the case. We found out who the bad boy was, the hoodoo bitch. We figured that out. So hold on, let me do a couple of things real quick because I have some garbage I need to do. So what we did is Kazuma, our Pookie Bear, who allegedly died in the first game, turned out wasn't dead, got amnesia, he got his memories back. And we found out like what his mission was from going to Britain with us, and it was that he wanted to know the true essence of what happened to his father. We found out his father was the Professor, which was a mass killer, a guy who murdered a bunch of nobility in Great Britain. And then he got, executed. Nobody really knows why he did it yet, but I guess we'll find out eventually. And then of course we found out that Dr. Scythe had her, play in the killing of what's his face, the rich dude with the monocle. So yeah, now after we finished that whole debacle, we're now into the next case, which I have no idea what the thing is for this, because we just started it. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started. Ah! Oh! Damn! Oh, I forgot about this beautiful bitch. Look. She said something about having to look for her husband or something. I don't remember. I do apologize because I have to get my daily shit in this game over here. I have to do a bunch of stuff, and it's like, ugh. It's mostly because I forgot about it. But what I really aim for is just upgrading stuff real quick. Okay, Cat, what are you wigging out about, dude? What? The hell was that? You're just looking outside? Okay. Freaked me out a little there. He just like went a little crazy. Looking around. Alright, let's go ahead and get started. Mrs. Vigil, Mr. Vigil, your husband's disappearance. So many good questions, and yet so many unanswered. It's crazy, I know. Shit. Boom. Get it? Got it. Do it. Boom. Alright, we're good. Alright, I'm done. Alright, Mrs. Vigil. Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps? Oh my! Pshaw! My dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. Is it possible that you're the nice lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Ah, I knew I recognized her. Do have a man's fate in the palm of one's hands. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean. Pardon? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery, really, nothing more. Now look what you've started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Tell us about your husband, madam. Mr. Vigil, my Dally, is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here. An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. Wow, way to immediately shut on her fucking husband, bro. They're like, they have like a 4-year age difference. Interesting. It's not that interesting, but I thought it'd be interesting. How long have you been married? It will be 15 years this year. Damn. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As it would appear. I need only to look at you to know these things. Oh, gosh. Your dress is the latest style, your hat clearly irregularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, we have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me. Which would point to the possibility that he's become embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will? What exactly is your husband's line of work? He's a warder at the prison. A warder? I'm not gonna lie, judging by his looks, I never would have guessed he was a fucking warder. Or whatever a warder is. I assume it's like a ward, like the warden? Like the guy who runs the prison? Oh, no, it's just a guard in a prison. They must pay him quite a bit then. Shit. A guard? That is somewhat unusual. Oh, I guess it's picked up on them too, because they don't... He's packing a lot of money for someone who's just a prison guard. Which is... yeah. So, your husband is a prison warder. That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Oh, that... okay. Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out. Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishments? That's gotta be like the most unfun job to do. And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors. Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged? Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, shit. Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there is a large cemetery just behind it. Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery. No. Lowgate Cemetery? The very place we were discussing in court? That's unbelievable. Unbelievable, my dear fellow. And yet undeniable. Sorry, Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid you've lost me. Ah, pay no heed, madam, pay no heed. A private matter. This can't really be a coincidence, can it? So, to the matter to your husband's disappearance. When did you realize he was missing? Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday. I'm sorry? Yesterday? That really is recent. Laughably so. The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him to not return that night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Dally, whatever can have happened? My dear Miss Vigil, please, calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police? Why, naturally, but sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas, as my husband has only been missing for one day. I was asked to wait patiently at home. In truth, Miss Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it. You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention. Is it going to put the suit's rent in your landlady's purse? That's all there is to it. Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Miss Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation. Oh, please report to me with good news, sir. Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartened report, I'm quite sure. So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes. Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you'd be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. Thank you. Now, allow me to show you the door. I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. You know, I think it every time, Hurley. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure? I can't be sure, of course. But then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Virgil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, do you hear the details of the case? Did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent. And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that. Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among all students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of the condemned victims. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated. The professor. And now a warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed. But nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean, would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you going to go yourself? Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen out with this hair. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was quite a different matter. So, I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. Good grief, man. Just wear a fucking hat or something, like, jeez. Or like a beanie. Do they have beanies back in the 20th century? I don't know. Ugh, good grief. Alright, well, I guess we're gonna have to do Shelm's job for him. Good grief. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its four high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. What the fuck room is this? Bro's got an axe? Like a woodcutter's axe. What is that? A Winchester? A Winchester shotgun or a rifle? And he has a he has a grandfather clock with a guillotine in it. It's so fucking absurd. Who the fuck put a guillotine in a grandfather clock? I fucking love it, dude. Holy shit. Oh my gosh. It's so this is the most ridiculous fucking room I've ever seen. Oh my goodness. Now I have to see what this guy looks like now. This place is full of hardened criminals. I can remember the last time a civilian was doomed here. And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me. Okay, well, he isn't as intimidating as I thought he would be. You ken who I am. I'm the governor, Barry Caden. Hmm? Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean... Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yes? Well, there's no any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh? I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about... I didn't like it to be so... How do you even fucking say... What voice do I give this man? I honestly don't know, because he obviously has an accent. How do you fucking say that? Scottish English. So he's Scottish. Oh, great. That's like my least fucking used voice. I didn't like to be so direct. No, that's Australian. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Let me hear. I'm gonna hear something real quick. Let me hear how you say it. Let me see. Pronunciation.
How to speak.
Hold on. I'm gonna mute the thing real quick, so you're not gonna hear it. Your guide. Oh, okay, I see. All right. To the farce. I didn't like it. God, that's awful. Fuck! I can't do it. I can't do it. I have a terrible fucking Scottish accent, dude. I can't do it. Dinna fash. No.
Hello, I'm Aga.
Hello. I didn't like to be so direct, but I've no intention of speaking with the likes of you, suspicious-looking Easterners. Now get out my hair. Oot? So as soon as he finds out we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means, I think it's because of the professor case. You think so too? 10 years ago, Kenshin Asogi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I might have known! You're sniffing around about that case, aren't ya? Why is he saying a boot? Is he Canadian now? I don't fucking know. How do you even, man? Your agency, part of the Professor Great Web, no doubt. No, not at all. Just be going with you before I punch your lights out. We're going. Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove this man there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Caden? What are you thinking, Miss Sato? I feel sure that name came up in a conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Then to think of it, I have the same feeling. Wow, I don't even get the chance to say anything. Maybe we can go to Lord Chief Justice's office and talk to him. I wonder if I can just present it to him. Could I at least show you this? How many times does this man turn his back on you? Maybe the hotel? It's either that or I have to go back to the suite. Oh. Hey, look at that. There he is. Where you going? Where's Big Hairy Man? I don't know where Big Boy is. Biggest dickus? That's Professor Mikotoba over there. Ah, hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I've unpacked. But where's Judge Jigoku? Yes, he's not here. He's not relaxed. He's not the relaxing sort.
Jigoku.
Huh. Apparently, there is a a video that talks about it, and it turns out that is literally how you say his name. It's Jigoku. Well, I feel a little better about that. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. Having only just arrived in the country today? Goodness, he's full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before about how you'd known the prison governor at Barclay Prison. Oh, Governor Caden, you mean? So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refuses to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied with you, it would be a very different story. Oh, would you? That would be wonderful if you had the time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. Is he drinking coffee on a comfortable seat? Now, I have rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know. Oh, sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? Let's not fall out now. I have an idea. What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully he can, when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Ah, thank you. Good luck then. Oh, this looks like some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Gross. First class cabin 001. Yokohama departure 11th September. London arrival 1st November. Okay. That's strange. Where could it have gone? I didn't like this on purpose. Imagine, or was that a comment? Okay. Well, alright. I guess let's go by the governor's office and talk to him. If you cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden. What's this about? You cannot pull the rule over me eyes. Good lord, trying to do this accent. So, you good-for-nothing Japanese student. Mikotoba. But that young jug from the forensic department. That Mikotoba? Mikotober. Yes, exactly, him! Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yujin Mikotoba's daughter, Susako. Jinx! You're the young man's daughter? And you didn't think to mention that before? I do apologize. Aye, well, you'd best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And don't forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits. Handcuff biscuits? Yummers. My father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now. So then, what can I do for your hen? Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing. Missing? That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor. I haven't heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison. Oh, but how can that be? Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder. Eh? Vigil? That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing for yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? Aye, of course. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison. Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job. No doubt about it. He was a fine warder. Sorry, did you say was? Aye, he does not work here no more. He left the job. Oh my. When was this exactly? There's a question. When was it about? It cannot be from much less than 10 years ago now. What? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago? Aye, as I mind it. Dear Ken, I haven't heard the fellow's name in all that time. Not to worry if he's gone missing though. But Miss Vigil made no mention of it. Well, if she made no mention of it, that probably means that he's kept it a secret from her. I think perhaps Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he's no longer working here. Dr. Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up the job here? That's important, isn't it? Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Which is exactly when the professor was being held at the prison. At this prison. So, Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of chief warder 10 years ago, you're telling us. What happened to make him leave the job? In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter. You mean he was dismissed? It was after a particular walk. Sorry? A walk? Aye. That's our word for it in here. A walk to the gallows. Ah, an execution. It's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions, you see. Only Vigil did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning. What did he do? I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal that information. But I can tell you that it was very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post. But why wouldn't Miss Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression her husband still works here. I wouldn't ken anything about that, I'm afraid. Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? And what would that be, and that last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing? Was it by any chance the professor's? I thought exactly. I'm sorry, I really am. But I'm not at liberty to answer that. I see. So it's a hard maybe. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensics medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted. The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. You can. I don't know what half these words he's coming up with are. Yes, I can imagine. The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable. Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard. In the basement of St. Sinners. It's still in use today. St. Sinners? That's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right. We've been there. Is that where we met Dr. Scythe? Pretty sure that is. Migatoba and I have used the ride in a carriage together and negotiate terms. For more fresh material, I suppose. Aye, and we used it to sit in here for hours and gab about dissection and all sorts. Ugh, takes me back. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cuff biscuits, of course. How charming. He was a good fellow, your father. Reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese. Because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose. Well, I cannot tell you anything else. Thank you so much for your time, Governor. Oh, one more thing before you were away then. I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Ah, found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison. What is it? Watts Vigil's dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course. Oh my, are you sure? Aye, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original mind. Thank you very much, Governor Caden. Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed. Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with what we found about Mr. Vigil. What will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved from his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code for Conduct for Prisons. All rights of redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Reason for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape of from this prison of convict blank just prior to his execution. He helped him escape? Interesting. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Prisoner Governor Barry Caden. Additional notes. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration, believe the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. Okay. So, if this is what it is, which it would explain how he lived. So basically, he, I guess, you know, faked his death, I guess? Well, actually, no. I don't know. I don't know if that is the case. Because everyone kind of figured... Wait, did everyone... Never mind. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying anymore. Whatever. Let's just get out of here and talk to Airlock Shrooms. We're back! Hello, you two.
Hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all.
Ooh, scones. Ah, so that's what the delicious smell is. Green. Why is your hair blue now? Good grief. Greetings, my dear fellows. You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your face in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Oh my. Pray tell me, what of our warder friend? Have you garnered any new information? Oh, yes. Something very surprising, in fact. Though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest. It most certainly isn't, but still, we discovered that... Sholmes! Sholmes!
Drop everything, Sholmes! This is more important!
Gina?
I can't believe it.
What happened? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever.
It's the boss.
What do you mean? Inspector Gregson?
The boss is... He's dead.
Whoa! What the fuck? Holy shit! Gregson is dead? What?
They just found his body shot with a pistol.
What? But Inspector Gregson? He was murdered?
No, not Gregson.
Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. Holy fuck. Okay, I guess we're on like a whole other fucking... What the hell? The inspector's death. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? This fucking involves what's-his-face. Fucking Mr. Vigil. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was... He was really shot?
I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there, investigating the scene.
Where did this take place?
A little rented room in a building full of flats on Frenzo Street.
The outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. It was perhaps investigating a case then.
The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there.
Oh, how strange.
boss was. They were so good to me. Well, I know I ain't up to much yet, but one day I was gonna show them. I was gonna show them where I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Jenny.
So who did this? You have any idea who the culprit is?
They got him already.
Already? They've caught the shooter so soon?
The witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down and took care of him.
Who? What awful person did this? Here it is. Ready? Dally Vigil. Dally Vigil.
I still can't believe it myself.
Gina?
It was the Reaper.
Oh shit. Okay, well, damn. What? Wait a minute. You don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zykes for it?
That's right. That Reaper bloke's gone and shot them both.
No. Lord Van Zykes? Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Beric von Zykes the police have arrested.
I saw him with my own eyes in the interview room at the yard.
I don't believe it.
But there were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him.
So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses?
They heard the gunshot, apparently, and we all got to the scene. There was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room.
But there's no way Lord Van Zykes would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Thank you for informing us, Mr. Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. Undreadfully sorry.
What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come and all, as soon as you can. You gotta help.
As a detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot has unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. What use is there being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson? Mr. Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyways. Until later then. Inspector Gregson dead, and Lord Van Zykes arrested.
Bruno, Susie, I've called you a handsome. It's waiting outside.
Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mr. Sato? Yes. Room on Fresno Street. Oh shit, what the fuck is this? This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So, this dust-ridden rented old room is where it happened then. this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere.
Oi! What do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers has got to be taken right out so you can look underneath them all. I want the space above the ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey! Ain't you lot never gone over an houseboat looking for dough when the owners were out of the town?
It's not... No! Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt.
Oh, so you turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself.
Hello again, Gina.
Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. You went prancing around in here, pointing at stuff and flicking that art of his. And
What the fuck is she even saying?
pointing stuff and flicking that out of his, and then just scampered.
Fucking hell. It's so weird to read her fucking text, dude. Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean?
Yeah, he didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me.
Gina, would you mind if we investigated too?
Listen, Otto, you're a lawyer, right?
Yes, why?
Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you?
Oh! Poor Gina. She's never going to forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Sykes really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court.
I suppose you're right, yeah.
Thank you.
Go on then, Otto, get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here.
Thank you, Gina. Genie Weenie. I meant to go here. If he is here. Oh, yep, there he is. I wonder who'll be prosecuting him. Watch it be Kazuma. There he is. Lord Van Sykes behind bars. So it's true, he really was arrested. He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Sykes! Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. I couldn't very well not come. We heard about what happened. That Inspector Gregson was... Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But... Forgive me, Lord Van Sykes, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please. There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Oh, who might that be? Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harebrain. Of course. Yes, I keep forgetting that they went to the same university. Although, you said old acquaintance, but weren't you friends? Alright, whatever. and I would like to read my correspondence in peace. So, let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zykes never minces his words. But they seem to have less bite than usual, somehow. I don't know, maybe it's because he's behind fucking bars right now. Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zykes? What happened? How much do you already know? We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street, and that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room, and that some witnesses heard the gunshot. Then you're well informed. And there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened to myself. But the gunshot? Obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise, however. Before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? I don't need to answer that. Oh. After all, you're not representing me. He is going to need a lawyer, though. Who's going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zykes? Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation yet? As yet? The Vance lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, of all the defendants I prosecuted, only 19 have been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now. Surely not. I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you? It's been 10 years now since I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? After the trial, Professor Harebrain was supposed to go straight to Germany, I thought. It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. We should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean? Yes, so it seems. Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Harebrain is safely back in Japan, or Germany now. He is. Alright, now get out. So, it appears our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Van Zykes, if you like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer, however. I trust no one. What? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese. But, please. I have no intention of engaging your services. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. Alright, now back to reading. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Wart Van Zykes and what happened to Inspector Gregson. Well, that is kind of the idea, now is it?
Isn't it?
Okay, cool. We got that out of the way. Now we can go here.
Let's talk to Jenny.
Gino, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place?
That's what I want to know. It's what, half a year since I got out of the clink. That's when I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead.
Oh, yes. Mr. Shums twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he?
Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard.
Goodness, really?
They say he managed to solve some really tricky case. Just like that.
He did?
Yep. And ever since then, he started going out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what after cases he's working on are, apparently.
That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this?
I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all. And look where it landed him.
Respect for the Reaper? In what way?
I heard him say as much. I'd take my head off for that fella. Were his words.
Not how general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper.
Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke.
I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard.
He said something else to me and all. Then I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, cause he only goes after people what are bad. It did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that.
Right. What is this place, then? Does anyone live here?
Apparently it's been written by some cove called Hugh Boone.
Hugh Boone? It's sort of here today, gone tomorrow name that, isn't it? What does that even mean? What? It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name. Okay.
Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person.
Oh! Okay. Like, okay. Okay, I get it. That's what they refer to people as. What's our version of it? It's like John something. It's people who they don't know the identification of. It's like Jane something for females, and then John something for whatever. Jane and John, Jack and Jill. Okay, I get it now. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever.
Right? All the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into investigation. But There's so little here, no one knew what to do with themselves.
I do wonder. Yes, Mr. Sato? Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I'd never even consider that. You're thinking of John/Jane Doe. Yeah, Doe! That's right, John Doe. Jaundice. Yeah. Astro Dude always fucking coming it in with a clutch. Damn, bro. I got my own little informant in chat. Let's go.
Nice work, Suze. We're actually falling in the line of inquiry like that ourselves.
You are?
If you look around the room, you'll see there's a few things that hint at it.
We should really investigate this place in detail. I see that's where the poor inspector was found, over there.
Yeah, that's right. They said he was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck the candlestick on the wall.
Oh yes. It's blown one of the candles apart completely.
And the gun used on it is there on the floor. It's the Reaper's in it. No denying that.
What? Really? How do you know that?
Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself if you stared at me with them big wide eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. But there's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him?
A bigwig lawman, is it?
Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There were some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot.
Oh, but I don't recall ever seeing anybody there outside.
Yeah, they've all been taken down to the yard for questioning. That's right. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here, after all. They'll be getting a grilling.
Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves?
I doubt it. The lads in the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for and what you'll be up for, the grilling and all.
So we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame.
Alright, now get to looking.
Oh, it's a photograph. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members. What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. They are! Look! Mr. Naruhodo, quickly! Oh shit. Wait, is that Mrs. Vigil? Why do I feel like this woman is familiar somehow? Of course she's familiar! We met her only this morning! It's Mrs. Vigil! This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Miss Vigil in here? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. I'm sorry to say, but I have no idea either. Well, then it could be possible that this is probably Mr. Vigil's room and not Detective fucking Gregson or Inspector Gregson. This looks like some sort of notice board or something. And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, look! This, you mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it? And these are case notes here, and details of prison inmates. Yes, in fact, there are all sorts of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. Ah! And this one here! Oh yes, the advertisement name. To the Red-Headed League. But why? What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. I don't know, money? An empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it? It's thick with dust. Look. Look. I think it would be fair to say that it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardly in cold weather. Or nobody lived here at all, and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. Oh, what's this? It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way. Seeing as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Sykes playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. Could have fallen out of someone's pockets, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case. Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful, after all, in a way. Huh. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary with it, at least. It's just a little wooden doll. The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part almost looks fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody was enjoying twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too, for fun? What the fuck? Ah, what's that? It appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny, though. Couldn't be a key for a door. Not of that size. So what is it for? This looks like some sort of key. Yes, it does. A very tiny and simple key. What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? What's it for? I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't really see it because Naruhodo, my Pookie Bear, was kind of blocking it. I thought it was like a baton or something, like one of those sticks. They go.
No, no,
No!
la policía, no.
No! 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 La policia! No! This is presumably the murder weapon, then. Oh! Oh my! It is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire a shot! Susato, are you fucking insane? No, no, no! If I did that, I've been looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. It's really safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. A revolver. They call me Revolver Ocelot, but you can call me... So, according to my calculations, this is in fact a revolver. Interesting. It does seem to have scratches on the barrel over here. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh my, it is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare. In Wait, this is the same fucking line they just read. I don't know if the scratches on the barrel are significant, though. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh! Funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is! A bright red hairpiece. And I suppose the fact that it's right there, next to where the body was found, that means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs. Does it? And in such a flame-colored red, too. Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently. Ugh. Why are you yawning already? I don't fucking know, bro. Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. I don't see anything abnormal about it, so... I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You've always wanted to see what lies underneath. You always want to see what lies underneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I put it. You must have used lots of bird line to keep it in place in your head. So it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you want to take it off, don't you think? No! La Policia! Mwah. Okay, so we investigated, we got a photo of Miss Vigil. We have a policeman figurine that has a key, a revolver, and a wig. Excuse me. If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. Right. Perhaps I'd better leave you to your work then. Excuse me. Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir. Poor man. Can't quite possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Damn, he was really well respected. Gina, what do you make of this?
What is that? Evidence? Work something out about what happened, have you?
Oh, no, not exactly.
I ain't being known off the door to be deducted.
Okay, I think obviously that's probably all we're gonna get out of her. Unless she knows something about the wig. Okay. Well, it was worth a try. Wait, hold on. Forgot about the candlestick. The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. Yes, there's wax spattered all on the wall behind. Look! I suppose if a bullet had hit it... It does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. Ugh. Now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. Ah, there's some black marks here. There's some black marks here. Look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. Okay.
Here you go, something for the conundrum.
Somebody's very haphazardly nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You couldn't even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least let in some... you could say nothing more about it. What did it say? This one does at least let in some light. So you could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. So, I suppose this is where the victim... That's right. The rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away, and would probably be under Dr. Scythe's scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week. From the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know, it's just a rope, but, well, it conjures up quite a few quite terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that blood stain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. Susato-san is so strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am. True, you are taking it like a bitch. Let's see. I think that's it.
I've investigated every little piece in here.
Yeah, he's probably not gonna talk to me. Let's go back to the suite. Maybe Sholmes is back. Okay, just kidding. Ha 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 ha. Waterloo? There's Dada. You've made good time. I took an express train back to London. I can hear Lord Strongheart, can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. It's Kazuma! Oh! Ow! Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train, so I could check all the paperwork. It's... Kazuma-sama! Ah, your timing is impeccable! It is? No doubt you've heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zice could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson. I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zice for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. Oh no, surely not. It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. So, does that mean the trial is tomorrow? Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. Kazuma. Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings, leading the prosecution. Well, didn't I just call that? Damn. How'd I fucking know? How'd I know that he was gonna be the fucking prosecutor? Wait. What? Kazuma? As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law. Kazuma-sama, prosecutor? Okay, I will be right back. I'm gonna give me a little snack. I'm gonna eat your snack. Back to the game. It is a little strange for him to be a prosecutor, considering he spent years studying law to be a defense lawyer, and now all of a sudden he's flooped. He's flooped to the other side. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no, people all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. Considering There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey. And now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Quite so. The public want answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. But Lord Van Sykes firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. And to be innocent, that was me. And that's certainly true, or it has been at least, until now. Have you played Trials and Tribulations? Yeah, I have. I actually streamed it, like a while back. I don't know when it was. Let me check my clips, because I still have clips about it. But yeah, I did stream it, like, not super long ago. I fucking loved it. It's, like, one of my favorite Phoenix Wright games. Shit was great. Especially the last case. That case was fucking bonkers, dude. It was in August. So almost a year ago now. That's when I streamed it. Godot, yeah. I fucking love Godot, bro. He was he is so badass. The only case I'd say, although that game does have, like, one of the worst cases I have ever played, the one with El Tigre, that fucking case was absolute dog ass. I fucking hated that thing, dude. It was such dog shit. It's got one of the best and worst cases that I have played. Fucking the El Tigre case was god-awful. But the final case with, fucking whatever her name was, the crazy bitch. That one was, like, amazing. So, it's crazy. A really fun game, though. Really fun game. No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. Okay. So, Cosmo will be prosecuting tomorrow? That's right. But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart. Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. Dahlia? Ah, yeah, that's her. And her twin sister, Alida. Now they'll also switch from defense to prosecution. Yeah, that's true. Pretty sure he did that after Mia died, and then he blamed it all on him. And he needed that badass visor because he got poisoned. I don't know why he needed it, but it looks cool though. It looks like Cyclops from X-Men. And imagine what it'll mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. I've no doubt at all that Cosmo will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Cosmo-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to this trial. You asked for this? But why? It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Oh. Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all Office of Representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact. You are right, Miss Mikotoba. Miko. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. Ah. After all, the accused was one of Britain's great prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. And it would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as the judiciary closing ranks. So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution? Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed. After practicing law in this land for so many months. Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me. Now, this isn't going to end well, my friend. I mean, would you call that hostility? I think it's more like a rivalry thing. Like, maybe he's excited to, like, see how you've grown as a defense lawyer. Considering I have not lost a single fucking case. Especially since every case has been against, well, almost every case has been against the Reaper of the Bailey. God Gaming. Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zykes? That would be the question for the league detective investigating the scene. Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo. Be direct. It's certainly a model that's issued. To all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine. In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim. No. Gregson had his own gun in his person. What about Lord Van Zykes? He claims it's currently not in his possession. What? According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious. But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's, is no proof that it actually is his. No, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zykes. Can I show you this? No. 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 Let's talk to Pookie Bear over here. I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be alright now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do. Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. This past year. I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over again. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. So he's schizophrenic. He's hearing voices. Interesting. Lobotomize him! It was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return to the way it was before. Huh? What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, and I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. Doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in all Empire's history. There's much you can learn from the public gallery. Sorry to have taken so much of your time. Well, we'll see ourselves out. Ah! Before you go, Ryunosuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you. Kazuma-sama, what? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my steed. And you carried out my rule to perfection. You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Oh my god, I can't speak! It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. Oh. I actually have a favor to ask. Which is... This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me. As the defense counsel. Why? What's this all about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zykes would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. That's Lord Van Zykes and Inspector Gregson. In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the looks of it. And who's the third person? That's probably his brother. It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes. What I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours of the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Okay. Lord Van Zykes is still reading that letter. We've been gone for quite some time, though. Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. Yeah. Good grief. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear on such insulting Nipponese. Oh, sorry. Didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow. Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no. We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Asogi. Asogi? That made the color drain from his face. Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. "10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi." Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father. So what a cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later. The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the offset. But what could he have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Asogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you Nipponese. Right, your hatred of all us Japanese. I wasn't watching. Why is he in jail?
You bitch! You never pay attention!
He's in jail because he's accused of killing Inspector Gregson. Of course, I'm sure it doesn't mean anything because you never pay attention. Fuck! I'd only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother, Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer, a so-called professor. Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Asogi? Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. Was there wine at the crime scene? There was not. He was at the crime scene. With maybe his gun, I don't know. Oh, how awful. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered... I don't know how to say that name. Oh shit! Just Eves! Ah! Thank you for the follow, Just Eves 7. Appreciate it. Welcome to the club. And fuck you, Matt. This is not a bot either. I bet. I hope. What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor? The man in charge of the professor case inquiry, Lord Mail Strongheart. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart? You know, at this point, I feel like it wouldn't be surprising if literally everybody here was involved in that case somehow. Like, good lord. Strongheart, Von Helsing over here. Fucking Gregson, probably. Gregson probably isn't involved. Fuck. Love the accent you got while reading. Oh, yeah, my Russian accent. I gave him that accent because he looks like a vampire. When they post a Discord link, I'm gonna pin it. Okay. He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted. This is Turnabout Goodbyes 2.0. Poggers. I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor. I don't know about that one, but okay. I'm pretty sure it just has to do with the fact that his brother was killed. Anyway, time passed. But then earlier this year, who should have arrived in London but you? And, of all things, as a lawyer. I felt your animosity the first time I faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years, that hatred had festered inside me. I could no longer control it. And I can understand why. Now I know the history. But, in the same way I felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Asoki, I am the bane of his, the reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. Gregson's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month. But he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often, being transferred internationally, I mean? It's the first time I've ever encountered it. Oh! The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. Because they're French, I gotcha. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. Sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard. Again, it was 10 years ago that he made a name for himself. By uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would have never been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Oh my, 10 years ago? Why is that so surprising? Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was of course a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful convictions somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as well And as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So, you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life. I don't have confidence in anyone. Oh. And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I've no doubt he thought of me only as an ominous, as the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London. What really went on between Lord Van Sykes and Gregson, I wonder? What was the true nature of their relationship? I mean, I don't know about that. Didn't we just discuss it with Strongheart that or was it Strongheart? Or was it Gina? It might have been with Gina. That he held him in high regard, so I don't know about that. About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene. Ah, yes. That's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is. What do you expect me to say to that? Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it then? That, I don't know. Oh! I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stored it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. You have something in common with Lord Van Sykes after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese. Oh dear. The rift is very wide, isn't it? So it's not decisive evidence, clear. But it doesn't look good, that's for sure. Lord Van Sykes, we came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is the man on the left there? Yes. That's my brother, Clint. That's almost really fucking obvious because they look the same, but whatever.
I mean, look at their furrowed eyebrows and their icicles.
And the nose. And the mouth. I mean, to be honest, they're both kind of similar. The only difference is, like, maybe the height and the hair. Actually, no, wait, the hair is the same, too. Except his is, like, longer. Anyways. I'm getting off topic. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you not aware? Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense! No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and... I didn't finish reading. Discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matters. As humans would do. Hello, my fellow Justice Haver. Well, that was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. A brief twinkle. An insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the Stone Cold Reaper of the Bailey. Stone Cold Steve Austin. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh! That's the first time he's ever used my actual name. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Lord Van Zykes? From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Asogi. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. You mean this photograph? Back then, I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plagues me now. I looked to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But, at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Of course I will. It would be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. And then my life is in your hands. Oh. Fuck! Give him a big dang kiss. For Lord Van Zykes, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend, Kazuma. This game truly makes you feel like you're going to the guillotines. Really? I thought there were like 10 things. 10 save slots. I guess not. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There is a menacing tension in the air today, isn't there? I suppose. Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of a menacing appearance of the defendant. Yeah. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my! I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to details, however. I understand that no jury has been selected. A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. A closed court. Just as the Lord wanted. Good morning, my dear fellows! Mr. Sholmes! Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ha! What to one man is a little hair problem, Here's to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning.
Oh dear, how awful for you.
I'm afraid... I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you full of vim. Looking full of vim. As are you. As the London celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I readily commend you. What an honor. That would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes? After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind. My own... Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought he was complimenting me for a second there. Oh. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in.
Sorry to barge in.
Gina! What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. What? Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see.
Ordo,
Oh, yes, Gina?
why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it was him what killed the boss.
I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that.
Well, if it weren't for him, who was it?
I don't know that. Yeah.
I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out that it was him who killed the boss, then God help him.
Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing.
Eh?
At least, there may be some solace to the deceased.
Please, Otto. Get whoever did this for the boss.
Oh, Gina.
I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've gotta find whoever did this and make the rich pay!
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will now be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please. Poor favor. All right, then, here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Sykes. Crack. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. Oh my fuck. Oh shit. They're really good. It's a really good cookie. Damn. Ugh. Damn, this is the most barren looking fucking court I've ever seen. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant, Beric von Zykes. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long. Feels... But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truth revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present. By Her Majesty's direct orders. How will that work, my lord? The burden of all arbitration and abjudication, I fucking hate reading these words, fall on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant today. If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? They are members of the judiciary, here to witness the proceedings. Here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial. Members of the judiciary. Oh my, this is a very unusual trial indeed already. There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma? Very well. Let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building on flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there at an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshots, and all have reported at the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses. I have here the plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front of a point-blank range and died instantly. How has the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused from the gunpowder used to fire the bullets. But powder hard enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel. Oh, look at the thing. The caliber of the gun used matches that of standard issue firearms of member of the judiciary. Poggers. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim, not inside the victim. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. Not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama, for not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There is a candelabrum, mounted on that wall. And the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. Is this Fresno Street the room Inspector Gregson was doing the funny fortnight dance in? Gregson's private abode. No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. But there is precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other. When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. So, the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, counsel. Naturally, the accused himself. Lord Van Zykes? Oh, that's interesting. As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Beric von Zykes, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zykes, that you heard the prosecutor Asogi's opening précis. I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I must say, Lord Van Zykes, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come, but since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has always been dreading it. Your formal testimony, then, witness? I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. That testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in the room with no living occupants. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right. You haven't explained away anything. In fact, I would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word. It's laughable. What's kind of Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. Very well, then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
You were investigating the inspector? What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in the case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No. I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zykes? I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim. And yet, you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Ugh, why did I ever think I could defend this man?
Hold it!
Had you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m., the sun would only just have gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though. I couldn't say for certain.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo. There's a small desk in the room just here.
Yes, I remember. There was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. A moment later, I heard a gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there. Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is, I didn't sense another presence. Aha! Then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Oh. Without a doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. This is going from bad to worse. And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor. Correct. And I was foolish to pick it up. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of the spent powder. Fuck. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I, too, would dearly like to know that.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume. That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot, and without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened.
Yes, Jenna told us about that yesterday, didn't she?
They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did. Almost gave me a heart attack in process.
You're supposed to be the Reaper.
The first man to immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man screamed drew my attention in that direction.
Take a little bite.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear?
I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, it was there. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At the moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find out it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Beric von Zykes, is lying on multiple fronts. What is that supposed to mean? Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. That's proven by this candelabrum. Candelabrum. Conundrum. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact. One would assume the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly different, of a different length. Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long. We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. Yeah, no, that's a fair point. I have no idea. That must be because of that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would have still been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. Candelabrum. And the accused claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. Huh, that's weird. Why is my blurt bot not working? Matt, what did you do? Matt, what did you do? Scam? What the fuck? Huh. I thought I had horrible delay. Candelabrum? Is that how you say it? Candelabrum?
candelabrum.
Candelabrum. Okay, Matt, I am actually on the website for Blurb. I think it's down. Because I can't go to Blurb. Yeah, the site's not working. Sucks for you, I guess. I don't know. I guess my sounds won't be working for a while. So there you go. You have to act out the redeems then? Okay, sure. There you go. There you go. And now to the next lie. There's more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom with police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. And there's a common thread linking all the documents on that board. Indeed. What is the common thread, Counsel? They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barrick von Zykes. All of them? And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good Lord! Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. Okay, but how do you know that's Von Zykes, though? I mean, he was proven innocent in all the other cases. He had good alibis, but I don't know. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been in his own secret hideout. No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards? Explain, Counsel! Was there wine, though? No. There was a picture of that one dude's wife, though. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. And I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. What?! Order! 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 Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Baron von Zykes is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I may concur with Prosecutor Sogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Hazem has done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case, and it's formidable. Counsel, you will submit the board that you've just showed the court as evidence. I believe it is it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord. And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. But first, let me read the board. Oh, hey, look, there's a handprint. Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look! Oh, yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks like a handprint. And the color. That's blood, isn't it? Oh, dear. How disturbing. There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age. Look, of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same Redhead League advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out. And do you remember? There was a red hair piece at the scene too. Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of a Red-Headed League then? He was trying to become a redhead. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room. Very well, lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand. Certainly, my lord. Watch him vanish. Ready? Oh. Okay. Yeah. There are 3 people. One of them I recognize from, the Magnus McGinnis case. He's the fucking, the guy who drove the omnibus. Fuck. Seeing him now is really funny. It's sad. It's mostly sad. But fuck, I was not expecting to see him here. So, witnesses, state your name and occupations for the court. Names? Beaten Blues names. Find you fancy for the next of us. What is wrong with his lip? What the fuck? He looks like Usopp from One Piece, but grosser.
We're just free and easy. Sell what we like, live where we want to live.
I give them all a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them. Would I be right in assuming that all 3 of you make your living by selling wares on the street?
Everybody tells me gossip. I sell random little tidbits and pass it by.
Grief. Jaunty little tidbits?
That's an absolute smasher for you, silly. Right up your dinner menus. 6 punches a month and not a penny less.
Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now?
Adam, come on, Clue. Don't tell me you're not interested.
Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is. Pay the man, counsel. Alright. 6 pence it is.
Be ready, sir. Now, back to listening you, please. Benjamin Bell and young couple on Space Street have just had twins.
Is that it?
Benjamin, it's gossip, isn't it? It wants to spread. But that bit's up to you. Up to you and your muscle codes. I've got money though. Wanna do you want? 6 pence it is. A piece it is. If you're curious.
I am curious, yes. But what's going on? Just going on with that fat bottom lip of yours. That's what I want to know, bro. Namely, that unusual bruise, or whatever it is, that's poking out from under your collar. Yeah, I noticed that too. Was he, like, strangled recently or something? Someone hit him with the ah! What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by, and what do you sell?
Me, I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. 6 pence a pop. What do you say?
Did she just light the match with her ass? What the fuck? Can she have those in court? I don't think so, but to be honest, you can have swords, you can have wine, you can have fruit or fucking corn or whatever. So I don't think firecrackers are off the table. Hell, fucking Gina had a grenade launcher at one point. So honestly, I honestly don't see how firecrackers would make a difference. You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell?
Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they can blow up the school.
What? Is that what you're telling them? What's wrong with you? Okay. Not the most savory ideas, young lady.
What do you say then, eh? Want a part of 6 pence for a pop?
Wait, what? You want me to buy one?
Tell you what, I'll let you on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you can blow up the whole courtroom.
I'm not gonna do that. Try the woman. Give her the money and see if she's right. Pay the woman, counsel. Are you guys? What is going on? You guys want me to blow up the courtroom? All right, I'll buy one.
Lovely stuff. All right then. This is something a bit extra just for you. A Venus special, only 600 pence.
600?
It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there?
And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either. Judge is suicide. Oh! Oh, hold on a minute. Could the loud bang, the loud gunshot be the fireworks they were talking about? I mean, as soon as they decided to bring that into evidence, I was like, it could be it. I don't know.
I mean, like, what are the odds?
Blowing up the Old Bailey is literally what Guy Fawkes What? Guy Fawkes in trouble? No. Have you an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that it's the Venus special. I wonder what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounds almost exactly like... Wow. The bailiff is... If you keep buying fireworks, you'll eventually pull out a thermonuclear warhead. I don't know about that one, but alright. The bailiff is going to kill you. I'm killing you! And the last witness. What name do you go by, and what do you sell?
I'm the thinker, me. Thinker all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. I think. Because I stand there on the street, watching the world go about me. They call me the observator. The observator. Man, everyone comes with this sandwich and you know it.
So, you don't actually sell anything?
Problem is, a problem have, as they say. I give good advice, I do, and think what it means.
Nobody's going to comment about you detonating explosives in the courtroom? No. Not the Old Bailey, the House of the House of Lords. Whoa. Imagine Will getting corrected. God, you just know everything, don't you? Holy shit, I didn't even know what the fuck he was talking about before. Damn.
I don't actually sell anything. No, come to think of it.
Pity. No more purchases today, please. It's true. I'll suplex you.
No. Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems.
They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene.
I see. And thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose.
Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime.
But that'd be better. I thought that would be
Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw.
Well, what I think is, if all what we see is light and shadow playing with our eyes, is any of it real?
This guy needs some help or some shit. He's fucked up.
Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident. Please.
Sandwich Nerd is talking about Plato's cave. Oh, of course! Plato! What the fuck? Oh, we don't even know the ages of these three. You gotta give up and leave the cave, law boy.
We saw the whole thing from start to finish today. Everything from the moment they went into the building.
It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside. We all heard a big bang.
Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened.
I went into the room, and there he was, the Reaper, pen in hand, standing over the dead body.
You know that's why you say Plato. What? What? Then what do you want me to? How do you want me to say it? Plato? Plato? The fucking Greek philosopher. Platter. Yes, like Plato? Oh. Well, that's a stupid way to say it. I prefer Pluto. He's dyslexic. Shut the fuck up!
I was scared half to death, me. So I ran off to find a copper.
And these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything. Who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Beric von Zykes.
I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like.
Yeah, thank you, Astro. I appreciate it. That's canon. Like the weapon? I think you spelled it wrong. You used one too many N's.
And just between us, folk love stories like these. I've made myself a tiny summer movie.
But wait! The room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those other flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied.
There they are. They're small, dense, buried, and expensive to use.
Okay, see, now you're using a little bit too many N's there. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. And we know the lease leader's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone. The testimony in the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. No. Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses. Yes, my lord. In a close court like this, without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. Somehow. I forgot who the defendant is. It's Baron von Zykes. Yeah, that's why he's not on the prosecution stand, at least. When you said they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant. And the defendant, Lord Van Zykes?
I suppose. But Gregson was the names of the higher message. But I tell you one thing. There was the old Reaper that went in black. That's for sure. and
Just behind Inspector Gregson. Did they arrive at the same time as each other?
no. The first brother must have been inside a good 15 minutes before we hit the gunpowder.
The victim arrived 15 minutes before? Are you sure about that?
Am I sure? But it seems likely that I've forgotten a fella with a bright red hair like that, does it?
What? Bright red hair? Van Zykes probably did it, but I think they should have let him go anyways because I like his clothes. Glad to see where you stand.
Yeah, his hair really were red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even. That fiery red mop still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is.
Wait a minute! You're saying the man was a redhead?
Ain't you listening, tongue? He was a redhead. And he had a big trunk with him as well.
But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at the photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Yes, it's okay. Why is he wearing the wig? And a red hairpiece. Ah! Of course! We saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece. Oh. So then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that? The color does seem to suit the man, one might say. Now, the photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. So it just disappeared?
What? Do you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you?
We definitely saw him in the dark going in, though. No question about that.
Brain, you gotta act it out. Oh, yeah. What was it? I didn't see it. Science Family! There you go. That's the best I can do. And that wasn't even like lyrics. That was just like noises. I can't fucking sing the national anthem for Russia. Or is that for the Soviet Union?
Hold it!
By which, presumably, you mean the gunshot?
I sell these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it?
You do it every morning, though? What are you talking about? I sing the Russia's night when you pledge to their flag. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't pledge to the Russian flag. I don't even have a Russian flag. That does sound like something Sparrow would do, though. I wouldn't be surprised. He's a communist. fit and fiddle. Yes, you did. Shut the fuck up! No, I don't! I have a Pokemon poster. I have a Minecraft poster. That's about it. I mean, I do have like 2 dinosaur posters. Did that too. I watched you do it. I feel like I saw a Russian flag in your house. What? You've never seen the inside of my house before. You've never even seen my face before. You guys are bitches. And you say what you heard, that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the house in the building. That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang! It went just like that.
But he's the Bieber, isn't it? It's what the French call a fait accompli.
2 dinosaur posters equals Soviet plant? What? It's not even making any sense. It's as simple as that. This guy is redder than Mars. I'm not. Stop. Stop spreading fallacies about me. I swear, I want to see like an AI generated image of me, but it's fucking replaced with Putin's like body. I loathe myself saying that now because I feel like someone's actually gonna do that.
When the Bieber is around, people are going to the ground. I mean, that's what it does, doesn't it?
I think we get the message. AI, I'll take joy in making that image myself. You're gonna draw me on Vladimir Putin? I'll tell you this much, if I see it and I like it enough, I'll probably like put it as a backdrop.
The Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout.
There can be no clearer motive for the crime.
Yes. It's certainly an eminently credible motive.
Great.
And at that point, you ran inside. Is that correct?
Hold it!
So, when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too?
Well, I'm a bit hampered, see? All the signs are that I can't move very well.
You were away behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck, and that board sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is that actually what we're referring to him as? Yeah, we sure are. I mean, it's obviously the guy from the fucking McGinnis case, but like, you know, I guess we'll just refer to him as Sandwich. Is it possible you and I have met before?
I am not anybody. Me. The signs are what make me who I am now. I sign, therefore I am.
So you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago then? I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot.
Turn down?
King Henry Street and Black Widower's Arms is just there. Oh dear, he made him hide behind his sign. Beppo from McGilded's trial. Good grief, man! You are just on everything! Fuck! You should be my judiciary assistant. Just replace her. But yeah, Beppo, that is his name. So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right?
Keep the door like a professional, my dude. And know that. What's going off here?
Can I be the stenographer? No. You could be the flower girl. You could be, actually, you could be the guy who shoots off the confetti for the not guilty. Lord Van Zeiss claims all he heard was a man's scream, though. Are you gonna mod that bot? First of all, he's not a bot. Second of all, no. If he wants to be modded, which I don't even know if he even gives a fuck. My only thing is that people will get modded if they actually are consistently here. And was it dark inside the room?
No, not Dr. Love. There were candles burning in the world.
Really?
And there was a pillow collapsed on the floor. Just between us. It's the first thing I noticed when I got inside.
Ah, I see. And the Lord Van Zeiss claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall.
Minute thing that noticed, I was balancing a rivers was someone standing right beside the body.
You say that, but Zoc still doesn't have responsibilities? Yeah, but Zoc doesn't do anything. He lurks, that's about it. He's a lurker. Do I have responsibilities? I mean, to be honest, none of you really do. You don't have to do anything. I just gave you mods to just kind of make you guys feel special. Of course, that you are free to do as you please. Just don't abuse your power, which I don't think you would. I'm glad. Me? No. You know what? Just because of that, I'm unmodding you. The accused was Baron von Zeiss.
That's right. The pale-faced reaper himself.
We want to be able to time out juice, but someone get mod back. I want to ban you for obscenity and for not admitting to being a KGB asset. That's horrible. What the fuck? Why would I want to be a part of the KGB? The Criminy Jiminy Bibbity. Also, Juice rarely shows up in my chat. In fact, the only times he usually appears on my streams is when he is on the stream. Like he's like with me in a call.
I was a little shocked about tonight, but I know little coming. I stood my ground and gave the Reaper a £2 stay myself.
Excuse me. Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich?
There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am. Just 2 slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me.
I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement I made.
What I think is, we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers.
This guy's a fucking bummer. Get him out of here.
That's none of you, Sandwich. Take some traps right now. Unless you want us to make you into a meal, Sandwich.
When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside.
That's it.
Oh, you rotten beggar! I told you to keep that a secret!
He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all 4s. That's all I wanted to say.
Mr. Gossip, is this true?
This road was so slippery, that's why. Planted my hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I?
Yuck. What? A pool of blood?
But listen here! Even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving the Reaper a full-toe stare. And not to forgive.
Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand?
I did, I. Having some rest was at times, wasn't it? I was so scared I slipped over. You can keep up just between us, can you?
No, Mr. Gossip. I'm gonna have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony.
Oh, if I must.
The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once.
I slipped over and got blood on my hand, so I quickly wiped it off from the floor. I simply wiped my lip on the floor, and out came a dinosaur.
Objection!
So, you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that?
Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
Objection!
The police have found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint and blood left very clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board. Ah,
yes, indeed. Indisputably, a handprint is a handprint in the distinctive color of blood.
Man, you're dead right! That's my right hand! I knew it anyway!
Objection!
The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection!
Not if the board itself had fallen onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was on the opposite corner of the room, to the victim and in an upright position. If it somehow had toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body.
I fell over when I came across the body. So I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room.
In other words, the defense's assertion is a contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason.
I take it you formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel. Regardless, this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene.
I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by the real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down.
Good gracious, so it is. If the witness had put his hands against the board, the finger should be pointed upwards.
What does that tell us? It tells us one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection!
You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting. Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet. But the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be clear on one point.
And that would be?
The position of the notice board at the time of the incident, by the way.
So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion of for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board to be was situationed? Where do you think it is? Tell me. Please. Por favor.
Take that!
Right here. This is the only location. Oh, that isn't even where I pointed it, but, you know, that's fine. That works, I guess.
Immediately adjacent to the doorway.
If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. But if the notice board had been there, the body would have been completely hidden from view. And the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker. Oh yeah, that would make sense.
Objection!
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him.
But it was hiding.
That's true. Or, in his precise words, just as I picked the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard the man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
I didn't know about telling you to scream, but he was talking about me, and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open.
If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would have happened. Consider what would happen if the door of the room was thrown open with force. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's blood visible. Good gracious! My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Ah! Order! Order! Counsel, how has this not come to light before? After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleague saw it when investigating the room. Witness, what do you have to say for yourself?
Meg? Me, my lord?
You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board. The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime.
Stop looking at me with your glasses at me. Oh, with your glasses at me. I get the message. I don't know anything about that notice board there. I just put my hand on it, that's all.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander. Me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life.
It was a river, I bet. He's got a face that screams bird.
What? I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. So, none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and oil lamp by which to see, we can expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account on what happened.
That's right, yeah. I don't pay to expect too much. I don't pay to expect too much.
It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think. Do you? Really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by someone following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could have possibly committed this crime is Barrick von Zykes. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact. Quite so. Quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses, despite the circumstances? Most certainly, my lord. Very well. And you may proceed, counsel. But you did go see to what happened in the room, didn't you? Fresno Street is my whole world. It's all I know. And I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to
hold my sign up high. So, you did go to see what happened. Not the destination that's important. It's how you get there, isn't it?
Did you notice the notice board in the room?
If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sign family. So if I'd spotted it, it might have tried to trip it up. Out of a sense of rivalry, I admit.
Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo simians. Does that mean you didn't notice the board?
I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander. Me, just a sign at the crossroads of life. In which case, just who was responsible for moving that notice board?
He's got a face that screams bird.
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by that?
Oh, come on now. Don't tell us you haven't noticed. He looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella. But not notice boards. That's the one thing in life. You can see it besides.
I can't say I'd ever noticed.
But until you mentioned could read them. I never took my eyes off the man's floor. Or off the blueprint, not for a second.
Sorry?
Well, I was that scared, I couldn't. You never know what a fiend like that might do if you look away, do you?
If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board.
I never can. The Reaper did nothing of the sort. I can swear to it. I couldn't have missed it, even if he had picked that thing right up and grabbed it to the corner.
Right. Glad we cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored? I feel your pain, Kazuma.
Hold it!
It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you heard the loud bang, wasn't it?
Maybe the notice board fell over, or maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, or maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's fate is sealed either way, because of that gunshot we all heard. So your fate's sealed too.
My fate? That's right. The defense is fated to lose, and the prosecution to win. In other words, it all hinges on the single gunshot. So if I could just find some problem with that part of the story, it may be possible to change our fates.
Of course, none of that changes the fact I heard what I heard, does it? Got to save the game. Save the fucking.
Objection!
Ah! Okay.
Objection!
you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks?
Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just around the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have a plan to blow up their school to Kingdom Come.
No comment.
So I've been telling on them, letting the teachers know what they're up to.
Oh, so you're a snitch. I see. Oh, you have?
Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt. So I let the school know these kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off of them.
Is that a scam? I feel like that's scammy. So basically, you're selling your fireworks to children so they could blow up a school, but you tell the teachers and have them take it away. Okay. Well, I'm not advocating for blowing up the school, obviously. But it's like maybe you shouldn't tell kids they should do that in the first place. It kind of sounds like you're setting them up. Good grief, what are you, the FBI?
And then, praise the Lord again, the kids come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see?
Okay, yeah, that's what I figured out. School's been blown. Reset! What a racket.
Of course, and sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life, selling explosives.
Venus is a guileful goddess indeed.
Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it.
Barefaced lies?
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich?
If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something into mind that perhaps...
Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Let's say there was a great liar. And that great liar said, without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of her be a lie too? Or the truth? In which case, she is not a liar. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying. Are you?
What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set 'em off. That'll give you something to tremble about.
Is this dumb bitch really threatening a man in a court of law?
You have a startling, disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady.
Okay, I guess we'll just fucking gloss it over, I guess. So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Can you elaborate, please, sir? old blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him too. That's right, the rotten liar over there. Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I?
Yes, you mentioned it. Again, does she not know she's in a court of law? She could be... Actually, you know what? She is going to be in trouble for perjury. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch? So, you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief.
Well, now you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah.
Either you clearly remember it or you don't. Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh yes, my lord, of course. I did sneak behind gossip and have a little peek in the room where it all happened.
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus?
Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I take everything I say with a big pinch of salt.
Alright. But you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you?
Oh, please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying.
The truth, please.
Well, alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know.
Did you touch anything at the scene?
Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
The truth, please.
Well, alright, just a bit then.
Oh my gosh! This bitch is fucking irritating! Ah!
I had a look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once-over, but it was nothing to write home about.
Right. Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please! As if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had.
The truth, please.
Well, alright then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing.
You're telling us that you did move that board?
I think that did slip out, didn't it?
You death bunpet! I don't believe it. That girl doesn't think. That's true. So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps, to sell?
Oh, please, I should be lucky to
The truth, now!
I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth the— Ah! Ah! So it was you, was it? You're the one who took it!
Gina? Young lady, may I remind you where you are?
That watch! That watch there! That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he sold 10 years ago!
The professor case, no doubt.
The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub.
I see.
I swiped it off him at once and blimey was he upset. He gave me a run-in-full. He said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did.
Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then. It's not all that though. I took it to Jabez's that night to ask how much it would be worth. But the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it.
Ah! I knew I should have lifted it!
That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. At once. I want.
Oh, please, just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done. Not a chance! I'll swipe it from you if you ever get your grubby mitts on it again!
That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith. Now, children, watch your manners. Good Lord! The glass appears to be broken. More than likely. It shattered when the inspector was shot.
It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard then. Which supports the prosecution's claims, of course. Well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least. And as predicted, it had a very little bearing on the case. The glass over the face is badly cracked. Look! What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it. Don't you? Yes, I think I should think so. He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact. But kindly remember he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo, not an odd job man. I mean, we're talking about the same dude who got paid to be a waxwork model. There's a tiny little stub out of this small hole here. Look! I suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course. Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. Is it just me? Or does that suspiciously look like the keyhole from that toy? Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? Oh yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. It looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes. You just need the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's just the right size for this hole. I wonder if we had the key. Let's check around carefully over what we've already found. Appears to be some sort of key, but it's tiny though. Couldn't be used for a core. Where's that wonder? Mr. Sato, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose. I knew it! A perfect fit! And look! The Inspector's watch has started going again. So it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Mr. Sato? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I better start thinking deeply too. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel. Please, por favor. Watch wrong time. Time not relevant because watch was working. Yeah.
Objection!
Fuck! I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key? And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? Order. But counsel, the watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock. Yeah, which is when we heard the gunshot. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock. Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when this crime was committed. No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago.
We both saw it. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. He said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did.
The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day, in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Oh, hey,
How do you explain that?
In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean... What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Order! Order! Counsel! That is a most extraordinary claim! Extraordinary isn't the word. It's absurd! You claim he was already dead the night before. Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? Well, on that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. Is it not? I never read it out loud, so that's probably why I don't remember. Time of death. Oh, yeah, there is no time of death. Damn. Damn, Maria. That's right.
Wait a minute. You're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in.
What do you mean?
Like I said, I planted my feet in the dirt, and a dirty great puddle of blood.
Yes. So the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh.
You could have done fast.
Objection!
But that blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured into the... Okay, yeah, that one was a little absurd. Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? Well, it needn't necessarily have to be human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. The problem is currently being researched, as at present you are correct. It is beyond our abilities. So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection!
You can buy pig's blood at the butcher. But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim was already been called in question, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility that these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh, please, what are you trying to say?
You let know what we heard, and it was that bang that came from the day. Now you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood.
I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is you heard a noise. Explain yourself, counsel. A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with this.
Take that!
Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot.
Good gracious, the very fireworks that are sold by the witness.
Now hold on a minute. Are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway. See? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, that sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. You're trying to suggest that someone set one of those fireworks off at the scene. I'm suggesting that someone knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day. and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection!
But even the accused himself has testified he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barak von Zeiss. One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop. See? It's why people like them. I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection!
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb. Good heavens, a bomb? Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whenever you like. Whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait, it's whatever you like. That's the fuck part that's important. A time device? Yes, exactly, a time device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have that suggests in any way that a time device was employed to create a gunshot? Your mother. It was him. He did it. Look at those furrow eyebrows.
Take that!
You're suggesting this could have been used to delay the device. Hold on. That's not what I meant. I don't know what the fuck that was going on there.
Take that!
Classic Phoenix right here. Okay, let's think here. He said it was the desk, wasn't it? He walked up to the desk, he picked up... What did he say he picked up? Could have been
Take that!
Could have been the candlestick? Ah, okay. As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum. I've already forgotten how to fucking say it. Candelabrum has been blown off. Indeed, because it was struck by a bullet which presumably passed through the victim. Actually, now that I think about it, Well, that would make sense. Why? Where's the bullet? Wouldn't it be lodged into the wall? I don't know. Which presumably passed with the victim. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible? Why? Because the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are? Goodness, yes. But is it not the case that they're also scorching on the victim around the bullet injury wound? That's right, there was. But we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Which means the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks? How could it be? The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks have been right next to it when they exploded. Or, to put it another way, the candle and fireworks were joined together. The culprit somehow attached the fireworks at a point part way down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse of the fireworks, generating a loud and that is how these three witnesses came to believe they heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Well, what a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we had been led to believe. The previous day, even. No. Others that he saw the victim going into the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flaming colored hair, even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Considering this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. And the same person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing the red hair piece. Somebody else? Do you mean to say? It was the same person who contrived the fireworks trick. The firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Oh damn, he's throwing shade at Britons. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Isugi, what on earth do you mean by that statement? I mean, let's be fair. The British justice system in this fucking thing is a lot yet to be desired. I mean, considering the shit ton of corruption we've seen in here and that we've proven, the amount of cover-ups we've seen, it's fair to say that this justice system is dog ass. It might be a little step up better than Japan's because of its technology, but that's it. I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopped watch is just conjecture. But while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly I would agree with you. And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing? And where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Even within the Yard. However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent that what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Very well. Counsel, present your argument. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector the day prior?
No.
Whoa, wait, I just realized the sound came back. Oh, minior. Oh, yeah. Yep, the website's back up. Damn.
Are you?
Congratulations, Matt. Your shit works now.
No.
Take that!
I believe this red hair piece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Audience applause track, please. There you go, are you happy? Surely not! Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Yes, that's quite true. Why, isn't that hotkeyed already? Because I'm using YouTube. I don't have a fucking soundboard. It would definitely have made him stand out in the crowd. Except, that is... he smells. Except that is in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? So, you'd already worked it out. What on earth is this all about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? Jeez. The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. A grand deception of what nature, Counsel? They've been targeting red-headed men across all London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once.
Two redheads?
Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events.
I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at least.
The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 red-headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asogi.
At once, my lord.
Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
Wow.
Alright. Goodness gracious. Ooh. Alright. That's gonna go ahead and that's gonna be it for tonight. Thank you guys so much for coming by. I appreciate it. What is today? Sunday? Yeah. Alright. So on Monday we'll be playing Tuesday we'll be playing more Fall of Avalon. And then we will come back to this game on Thursday. So thank you guys so much for coming by. I love you all very much, and I will see you guys Monday. You have a good rest of your night. Bye-bye.